Chapter 834. Tool of Astronomical Value. Underscore there's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow as players reached higher levels in God's domain. Battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds to make matters worse. As players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem, although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive. Compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale. Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablets sale. The tablets' price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him, and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Shifeng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the sacred temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money, rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up, as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more. Even to a super guild, 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that, after this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices as one strengthening device after another sold. Shifeng's elation grew in the end. All 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Shifeng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master. Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Shifeng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, "But that Yifeng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money." Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move. Not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active as the space had frozen. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835, Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital. As yet, despite it the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. What are you trying to do? Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver before this man. His power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Hahaha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you are still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 divine mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. All right. Will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate lost golden tablet? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders, and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Shifeng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome. As he had not been strong enough, the NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received. When that NPC killed them, Shifeng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not gonna hand it over? The youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Pung. Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing. This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Shifeng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind at this moment. Even Shifeng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Shifeng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Shifeng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain. For a short time, soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul completely. Experiencing one's soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Shifeng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. It's over. Phoenix Rain frowned. Her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Yifeng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Shifeng had sent. Shifeng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets. And not even the heavens could save her. Damn it. This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Shifeng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836, Tablet's Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Shifeng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a tier 5 curse, Dark Paradise. Even tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than hidden clouds at all disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it. Shifeng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Shifeng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Shifeng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Shifeng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as Leto. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Shifeng. You are the first tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Shifeng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Shifeng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise. Charlene. Shifeng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Shifeng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff and boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Shifeng a glance, she too vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City, and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street, who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant, however. Their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious, let alone that mysterious youth. Even a level 100, Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her. In reality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears in the future. When they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money. Finally gone. Sherfong breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career. However, as soon as Sherfong relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. Come to the library. I have some things to say to you. System, you have triggered the Epic Quest tablet secret. Quest content. Head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Sherfong was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Sherfang's first time to encounter such a situation. Generally, if one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Sherfong had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it! Damn it! That damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face. Now that he had lost the golden tablet, the upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Sherfong had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to Gentle Snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment. Rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once, he split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight Trading Firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Sherfang's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, it immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. Ascent, this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction. Chapter 837, Lakeheart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction, held just before, had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's domain's official forums. Currently, the monsters in God's domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer, however. The current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters to the elite members and upper echelons of guilds. Time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts to develop their guilds. Not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects previously. They could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment. Neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired if allocated to ordinary or elite players. The 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit. Instead, unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item. How could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Shifeng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Shifeng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Yifeng, but Black Flame Guild leader Black Flame. Have you heard? There is a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling. Yes, I've also just heard about it. Shifeng nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, or you can buy a high potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Shifeng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion level 40, was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds. However, she had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Shifeng such a lucrative offer. Of course, the reason why she had looked for Shifeng to borrow money from, and not someone else, was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Starmoon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild, like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Due to these reasons, the wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Yifeng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. Alright, but I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Shifeng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire, and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds currently. Large guilds within the empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item, and that item was the Ice Jade on its own. The Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reach level 50, however, the value of ice jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City. Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Shifeng would actually be interested in such a location. Alright, I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Shifeng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838, Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wished to get away from the front lines would often visit this city. However, those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City due to players reaching higher levels, and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance. The presence of the ice jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the 6th most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Shifeng never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices after agreeing on the trade conditions. Shifeng and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City if one wanted to trade lands. They needed to do it through a city hall through either of two methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Shifeng usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way, he didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Shifeng was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership during the time Shifeng and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other. One notification after another popped up in Shifeng's system notification window system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold 85 silver has been added to your bag space system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Shifeng left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Shifeng felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Shifeng could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own, following which, Shifeng teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Shifeng. A secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly to guilds, not to mention several epic weapons. Even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wing's core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Shifeng took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently. As the sound of the whistle rang out, a magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees the instant the demonic flame tiger appeared. The players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Shifeng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Shifeng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Shifeng and enjoy Shifeng's caress agreeably, their mouths fell wide open. However, an even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment as Shifeng mounted the demonic flame tiger. Let's go, Shifeng shouted lowly. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. What? That's a mount. I'm not seeing things right. Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool. No one dared believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount while Shifeng was rapidly making his way towards the library. The players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums, a hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City. Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Shifeng's identity, just who was actually capable of riding such a mount. Unfortunately, as Shifeng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount sure is fast. Even an advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Shifeng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Shifeng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Shifeng accepted the call, the image of an anxious Autumn Goose appeared before him. What happened? Shifeng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. Yifeng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful, and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Starmoon Kingdom. Can you please go save them? Autumn Goose asked worriedly. After reaching their level, even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save thoughtful Rain and the others at the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Yifeng. Where are they now? Shifeng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, I'll head over there right away. Shifeng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Starmoon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839 Crystal Maze. Hearing Shifeng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization, like the Wind God's Spear, was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects even when helping out a companion. Generally, players in the upper echelons of guilds, like Shifeng, were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first, and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Shifeng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Shifeng wanted to know was the whereabouts of thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others at the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Shifeng. I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the Crystal Forest, Shifeng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall despite the low odds for thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue. When Autumn Goose heard Shifeng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, She felt relieved the travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside. Just getting from the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier. Moreover, the enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Shifeng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it. Quarrel, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Hellfiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing. Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone, as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those two women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Coral rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those 2 beauties sure know how to run. They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The 2 of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them." "Good then. Thunder and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those 2. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing." Ordinary Stranger instructed. "I understand." Quarrel also began hastening his search. Aside from Quarrel, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. "Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the crystal wolves." Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves. Some distance away, these crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters previously. When Shifeng had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes, the crystal wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Death Wind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Only, they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Death Wind would die at the hands of cloaked players that had suddenly appeared. Instead, if not for Death Wind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Yifeng had given to them for emergencies. Currently, there were crystal wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloaked players caught up to them, These crystal wolves would have long since killed them already. We can only give it a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully, these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Shifeng had already arrived at the crystal forest. I finally caught up. Shifeng tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully, I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Shifeng used space movement. The activatable skill of the aura of space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest, or move to any location within the map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared at a location close to the crystal maze's entrance. Guarding the entrance as well? It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Shifeng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold, killing intent. Chapter 840 Magic Staff. Just when Shifeng noticed Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Shifeng. Brat, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place, you can only consider yourself unlucky, Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Shifeng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Shifeng. All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm gonna use this brat here to relieve some of my stress. Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me. Ordinary Stranger laughed. Ordinary Stranger had discovered Shifeng's presence the instant Shifeng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Shifeng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary Stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Starmoon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him, even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards. Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a refinement realm expert easily. He could even defeat a flowing water realm expert in the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival. Ordinary Stranger himself could still back up the Berserker if he and Thunder Tiger worked together. They would be practically invincible in Starmoon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Yifeng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary Stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a two-handed saber from his back and used charge at Shifeng. When using charge, controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, He had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack. Creating his own charging slash, he had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Not only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance. Boom. As the two-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. A silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. What? Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Shifeng standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an elder of King's Return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. Tiger, be careful. We've got a tough one. Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy this time was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." "I understand." Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Shifeng away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Pung. Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize. His body damage of -1,338 points appeared above the berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. Who are you? At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Shifeng's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level before Thunder Tiger could react. A streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword light. 151. The lightning effect having triggered, Shifeng's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. Who am I? At this time, Shifeng laughed. You dared to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am. Hearing Shifeng saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or Ordinary Stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their minds. Sword King Black Flame. Why is he here? Ordinary Stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The two women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet now, Black Flame had appeared before them. However, Ordinary Stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now: escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion. In the next moment, Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. Level 38 Special Elite Flame Lizard appeared immediately, following which he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from Special Elite to Lord as well. Undead Lizard, Undead Lord. Level 38. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, he could form a soul link with his summoned creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, Ordinary Stranger knew quite well that even with the Undead Lizard, Thunder Tiger, and he were still no match for Shifeng. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Shifeng's standard were. He had summoned the Undead Lizard only to delay Shifeng. The Undead Lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Shifeng and give them an opportunity to escape retreat. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Shifeng. Simultaneously, he willed the undead lizard forward to attack Shifeng. Thunder Tiger no longer held back, either, as he activated his berserk skill, Heart of Fury. The skill instantly increased his strength by 80%, his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation, looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and undead lizard. Shifeng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841 Taboo Skills Might. You're not getting away. Shifeng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray, while activating one of the abyssal blade's skills, Abyssal Curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Shifeng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Shifeng would have such a trump card as well at this moment. Not to mention him. Even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Shifeng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line, and was currently charging rapidly at them. Tiger, delay him. Buy me some time. Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back, as he activated his berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. Come. Let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King. Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Shifeng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Shifeng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card. Thunder Tiger, usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of the dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill Shifeng. Try to block it if you can. Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Shifeng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Shifeng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Shifeng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Suddenly, Shifeng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash, and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger. Faint arcs of electricity circling Shifeng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit 0. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Shifeng's swords. Not to mention his body, before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's swords had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed. Standing a short distance away, Fear similarly covered Ordinary Stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Shifeng for even a short while despite having activated his berserk skill. Fortunately, Shifeng was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach Ordinary Stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Shifeng, at the very least, it would help buy Ordinary Stranger time to escape. Huh? Where is he? During the brief moment Ordinary Stranger was lost in his thoughts, Shifeng, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Suddenly, Ordinary Stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a long sword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. Turning his head around, Ordinary Stranger discovered Shifeng standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Shifeng's presence was completely non-existent. Seeing his HP decreasing, without any signs of stopping, Ordinary Stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Shifeng, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous at this moment. Even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him. Although Ordinary Stranger still wished to say something, he was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray, his body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 refinement realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Shifeng had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the 2 from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention, he had even activated a Tier 2 taboo skill to deal with them, following which, Shifeng picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic flame tiger and headed straight into the crystal maze. Deep inside the crystal maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the crystal wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the crystal wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the crystal wolves, Coral muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 Special Elite Wolf. Without giving the Special Elite Wolf any opportunity to react, Coral landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the Special Elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Coral plundered away the Special Elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the Special Elite Wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Coral. Team leader Coral sure is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more. A nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Coral. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Coral has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these crystal wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Coral angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably. A level 37 male ranger criticized the female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, "Hee, so what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Coral, I would try to gain your favor too." In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of a super guild, a wonderful future awaited them. In reality, however, this was a big misconception. Super guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team leader Quirrell. Something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842, Yi Feng arrives. They died. When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the two of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows, as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the two of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these two experts had died. Leader, should we head back and take a look? An assassin asked. We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us. No, just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared, Quirrell said, shaking his head. Moreover, we don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First, find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission. In Quirrell's opinion, even a great lord-ranked monster would not be able to kill Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two's strength, at least one of them should have survived, as the number of opponents was high. Resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway, following which, Quirrell and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves, defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another. Leader, I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently. An assassin, who had detection activated, said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide and seek. Quirrell revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Quirrell said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin Rain. What should we do now? Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion. Her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, it seemed that all their efforts were still in vain as the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breaths. Roar! When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps As they turned to look for the origin of this roar one after another, they immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them. Step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch-black flame. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a mana player. A hint of fear woke in Quirrell's heart. As he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger, he had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing: the mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high. Currently, in God's domain, the top 10 players on the ranking list of empires were only level 39. Quirrell had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful. For a time, the members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Quirrell did not hurry in making a decision. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left. When dealing with such an expert, making rash decisions was not wise. Isn't that Big Brother Yifeng's mount? The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Shifeng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Shifeng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shifeng was someone important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Shifeng's identity, they would immediately jump him. For sure, every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Death Wind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin, Quirrell, was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Death Wind. In just a few moves, Shifeng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him. Just as Thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Shifeng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Shifeng looked down at Quirrell, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Quirrell heard Shifeng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Shifeng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Shifeng. Kill him. Quirrell abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront, the healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Yifeng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him, Thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the two of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the 3 of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the other classes fared much worse. By the time the flames dissipated completely, the entire area had turned into a scorching hell. Just like that, 13 out of the 18 players died all at once. The situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843. Showing off one's trivial skills before a master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Coral's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly evidently. Shifeng had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him, and draw them into his trap. They did not have any time to evade this surprise attack at all if, not for Coral being near the edge of the spell's coverage. He would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions' leader. What should we do? A level 37 elementalist asked softly. We'll retreat. Coral replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off, since the man before them was capable of defeating Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all previously. They had 18 players on their side. Enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. Don't think you can escape that easily. Shifeng smirked slightly as he looked at Coral, and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist previously. In order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him. Now don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Ranged classes support me. When Coral saw Shifeng approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Shifeng, and stabbed his fang-like dagger at Shifeng's heart. Absolute strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Coral's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and absolute strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Coral activated his berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist, at a distance, also shot one fireball after another at the locations Shifeng dodged to. His coordination with Coral seamless. The ranger standing on the other side likewise sent a barrage of frost arrows at Shifeng, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the 3 players, even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces. All at once, however, Shifeng disappeared. Coral's and the others' attacks all struck air. Where is he? Coral hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge quickly!" At this moment, Shifeng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed. Dang! Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further. As if it had struck an impenetrable wallless barrier? Shifeng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill, out of 100 expert elementalists, was unlikely. Helpless against this skill, Shifeng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Coral, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunder Hell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but it could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts, in particular die. Coral shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of thunder hell would not survive. Only the elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Haha. Team leader is still the best. The ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing. Before him, players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes and combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these two things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of a battle, even if Shifeng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level. If he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell. With the pitiful amount of HP he possessed, seeing the lightning storm devouring Shifeng, Quirrell breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Shifeng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only, this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time. Alright, you guys are next. Quirrell then shifted his gaze towards the distant, thoughtful Reina. At this moment, the previously celebrating ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Quirrell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Shifeng standing behind the dead ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Shifeng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Quirrell asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Quirrell was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the two other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Shifeng. The two stealthed assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Shifeng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth. Trying to divert my attention? Shifeng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used thundering flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, two figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the two stealthed assassins whom Quirrell had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly, both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Shifeng had activated Omniscient Eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the two stealthed assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? You. Quirrell's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. Alright, now you're the only one left, Shifeng said in a low tone. Only me? Quirrell was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Shifeng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Shifeng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the Ice Flame God's fury. The instant the duration of Ice Barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, blazing meteor had already appeared before him. Shifeng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. Just who are you? Quirrell asked. Fear painted across his face after he had set up so many traps. Even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, as if he had been playing in Shifeng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Shifeng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. Do you have any last words? Shifeng asked softly, not bothering to answer Quirrell's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin, step by step. For each step Shifeng took, Coral unconsciously retreated by a step as well despite his berserk skill being active right now. Coral was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Shifeng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return? Coral demanded, gnashing his teeth. He did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition now. His only choice was to reveal his identity previously. The reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful super guilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844, Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Shifeng showing no signs of stopping, Coral hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Shifeng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried. Instead, although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was in current society. Virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them. Among them, King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dared to take action against Zero Wing's members in Starmoon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Shifeng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Coral and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Shifeng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. Yifeng. Coral's mouth slackened when he saw Shifeng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Yifeng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame, and was in existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Yifeng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Yifeng. Coral himself had watched the battle video between Yifeng and Sirius. Learning from it hence, Coral recognized Yifeng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it. Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Coral was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of this situation alive. Although he still had his vanish skill. Even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Shifeng. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have struck at the stealthed assassins behind him, without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle at the Dark Arena, and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Yifeng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Yifeng's strong points. Squirrel's face darkened at the sight of Shifeng rushing over. Damn it. To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Yifeng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Quirrell bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag, while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. I, Quirrell, will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of a chain quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag, and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of a secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself originally. He had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space. Due to the mission this time, this crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Shifeng ruined all of his plans. How could Quirrell not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Shifeng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time, and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Quirrell's body also dissipated abruptly, following which, the crack in space started mending itself. No. Quirrell was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot, as he abruptly executed unique footwork, and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Shifeng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Quirrell continuously circled Shifeng. Die. All 3 Quirrells bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip, and stabbed them at Shifeng like a black whirlwind. The pitch-black daggers struck at Shifeng from all directions. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat compared to Quirrell. The experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder death, wind, and gunfire fell at Quirrell's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin, so he's finally using his specialty, Whirlwind Strike. This sudden development did not surprise Shifeng. After all, Quirrell was no stranger to him. In the past, Quirrell had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's domain, upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50%, facing the storm-like dagger attacks. Shifeng madly brandished his 2 swords immediately. Sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings multiple times. Shifeng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his 5 senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Shifeng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response. In the next moment, numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Shifeng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled since Quarrel had his berserk skill activated. The assassin was superior to Shifeng in strength. Hence, Shifeng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's descent, Shifeng still had a clear speed advantage, so none of Quarrel's attacks managed to penetrate his defense aside from blocking all of Quarrel's attacks. Shifeng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP in reality. Shifeng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Quarrel fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attributes surpassing Shifeng, he could not break through Shifeng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Shifeng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out as Quarrel fell reluctantly to the ground. He also dropped several items. Chapter 845, 5 Great Legacies. When Quarrel died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished when they looked at Shifeng again. Shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Shifeng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatants' speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Quarrel, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun. In the end, however, Shifeng was still superior. Big brother Yifeng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Shifeng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting, and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment, and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. Alright, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Shifeng began to collect his loot naturally. An elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Quarrel, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred golds worth of equipment. Huh? What's this? While Shifeng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Shifeng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball, a very familiar pressure. Divine might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Shifeng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial transfer orb consumable, able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld. Based on Shifeng's understanding, every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable in God's domain. An otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Otherworlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength. It's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to another world. I wonder what rank this otherworld is. When Shifeng recalled the Quarrel's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live too. Quirrell hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game, either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many other worlds in God's domain. Based on the main God system's categorization, other worlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one. But alas, many failed in the past. When players had discovered otherworlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers in the past. A top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to an otherworld at an auction. Although the otherworld in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness, yet nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold, from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction. From then on, transfer tools to other worlds became extraordinarily precious. Even Sherfong, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Sherfong had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Sherfong of something. Otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts. The general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Sherfong only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Sherfong. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Yifeng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Yifeng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wish to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I am not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you. Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild." Sherfong chuckled. Really? Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Sherfong was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming. Of course, When have I ever lied? Shifeng nodded. By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest? We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it. Thoughtful Rain explained. Crystal heart? What kind of quest is this? Shifeng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the crystal heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Shifeng the quest details. How did you receive this quest? Shifeng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests, the Witch's Sin. Chapter 846, Witch's Sin. When Shifeng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. Is this quest very difficult? Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Shifeng's shocked expression. I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest, Shifeng explained. Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart. There were many legacies in God's domain. However, in Starmoon Kingdom, there were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children after all. Peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Shifeng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest. After accepting it, those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom had been extremely famous in the past. There was only a thin line separating heaven and hell on the surface. They were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses in the past. Many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Starmoon Kingdom. However, based on Shifeng's knowledge, Gentle Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were correspondingly. However, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts, and had even killed apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was. Hence, when Shifeng saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the Witch's Sin, He was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There is no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Shifeng asked. Even Shifeng didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Shifeng was sure of one thing. Players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest. Based on what Shifeng remembered, Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class. I can join in the training? Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Shifeng's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goose drool. One could use magic crystals to challenge the trial tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain. Even if one had the money, large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the trial tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored 100-berry wine. Although she did not know the purpose of the 100-berry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the 100-berry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big Brother Yifeng, can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure, but let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team. Shifeng strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big Brother Yifeng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right? How long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Shifeng asked. Roughly 2 hours. Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave. Blue, have you learned the Dispel skill? Shifeng asked. Blue Bamboo Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded. Strangely good. Has it reached tier 1 yet? Shifeng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a tier 0 dispel, at most they could remove a few tier 2 buffs. Only a tier 1 dispel could remove buffs from tier 3 skills. This, not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Shifeng said. He then took out 5 golden Tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to Tier 1. Big brother Yifeng, what am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. Weary, getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King, of course. Shifeng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also at a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord. With just the 3 of them, challenging it would be tantamount to suicide. However, ignoring the 2 women's shock, Shifeng retrieved 2 contracts from his bag and began to chant an incantation. Emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground following a flash of silver light. 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Shifeng's personal guards. Chapter 847, Strength that Surpasses Tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these 2 NPCs after not seeing them for some time. They sure have grown a lot. Shifeng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now. As expected of Dark Gold guards, their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a Tier 2 summoner in God's domain. It was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard. First and foremost, one required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players, who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves. Hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money in the Adventurers Association. The quests personal guards could accept were categorized into bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for mysterious iron, 20 gold for secret silver, 40 gold for fine gold, 80 gold for dark gold, and 200 gold for epicas to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest. That depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a mysterious iron quest, and 10% chance for a secret silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard's combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was dark gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a dark gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a dark gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only epic quests were not readily available. That depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest list. Shifeng's personal guards could accept much higher ranked quests than other players' personal guards. Their leveling speed was much faster. Yifeng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly, as she watched the high-spirited Shifeng. Although the two level 60 tier 2 NPCs were very powerful, the Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as Blue casts Dispel on it, our forces will be enough to take it down, Shifeng explained. Chuckling, this was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with the strength of 2 Dark Gold guards, they should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King, following which, Shifeng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. To Akavi, a strong gale accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall, bearing its snow-white fangs. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Shifeng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 21, 000, 000/21, 000, 000. Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite. Shifeng immediately commanded as Shifeng gave his orders. The tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP. Compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Swordmaster. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his 2 swords and brandished his weapons. Pung, pung, pung. The guard shattered the flying silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the 2 swords in his hands released a dazzling blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Fang. The 2 massive, blue fangs transformed into 2 streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. Aoo. The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Baring its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the Sword Master. Boom. The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big brother Yifeng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a lord, not to mention a Great Lord. They also required players' assistance, yet Kite could block this Great Lord's attack with a single hand. Shifeng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Shifeng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a Dark Gold guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached tier 5? While Shifeng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. When her chanting came to an end, suddenly, a brilliant light filled the dark cave. A massive, golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Shifeng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848, Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Shifeng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now, it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Shifeng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend a city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Shifeng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Shifeng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible. Previously, Shifeng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Sword Master had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this taboo skill only after completing mini-quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed two Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Shifeng had never heard before, Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature in the next moment. An endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 60, HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Shifeng was ecstatic when he saw the golden giant. Anna's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for Heron. The next moment, the golden giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of the giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time using its paw boom. The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the golden giant, its eyes were filled with fun. Not only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from this frontal clash, but it had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the golden giant's axe, the damage it received from the golden giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. A single golden giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. It seems my plans were unnecessary. Shifeng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a dark gold guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a dark gold guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level up. No wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these dark gold guards. Shifeng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain dark gold guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive logically. If one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake after all. Field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with dark gold guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with dark gold guards had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain yet. In the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guards were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level when players died. At worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards. As much as possible, time flowed by quickly, while under the observation of Shifeng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the game buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well blue. Hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Shifeng instructed hurriedly. Once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%, it would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it. Hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out of hand. Its gain buffs stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff, in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal War Wolf's strength could rival a Grand Lord. Got it. At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel. As the first stack of buff got removed, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side. Thundering Flash, Chop, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal War Wolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord. When the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million, Kite executed the Tier 2 taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse, Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade, it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom. -1, 045, 137-1, 274, 646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks, and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Naturally, Shifeng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence followed by Flame Burst. When he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks, The Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless. Chapter 849 Alchemy Equipment. With the Crystal Wolf King's death, everyone's experience bars rose by a large margin. Sherfeng reached 41% of level 40, while Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were now only 20% away from level 40. They would have to grind for just one more day, at most, to bridge this final gap. However, compared to the EXP they obtained, Sherfeng paid much more attention towards the Wolf King's loot. The Crystal Wolf King was the guardian monster of this map. Moreover, this was the first time it had been killed. Its loot would naturally be much more bountiful than usual. Sure enough, among the 10 items dropped, 5 were rare materials. As for the remaining 5, 3 were level 50 fine gold equipment, and 1 was the crystal heart that Thoughtful Rain required. With this crystal heart, she would be able to proceed to the next phase of her quest. The Witch's Sin was a chain legacy quest with a total of 5 phases. Unlike other legacy quests, where one simply had to obtain a legacy tool and activate it, the Witch's Sin allowed one to enter its legacy grounds and undertake the final trial only after the completion of a series of quests. It was much more troublesome than the legacy quests of other hidden classes. However, it was also one of the easiest legacies to encounter. Sure enough, the loot this time is good. Sherfeng smiled as he held up a deep blue crystal bottle. This crystal bottle was neither a weapon nor equipment that combat players sought. Instead, it was an item that was in demand among lifestyle players, particularly alchemists, because this crystal bottle was alchemy equipment. Azure Ocean Crystal Bottle. Alchemy equipment secret silver rank. Increases the alchemy success rate by 5%. Although the crystal bottle only increased the success rate of alchemy procedures by 5%, for comparison, a complete set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment provided a total increase of only 8%. Meanwhile, the complete Azure Ocean set could increase the alchemy success rate by 12%. It was a set that was highly desirable even to master alchemists. Although Sherfeng currently had only a single bottle, this item would suffice to help an intermediate alchemist get promoted to advanced alchemist quickly. After reaching the advanced alchemist standard, an alchemist could begin producing all sorts of rare intermediate potions, such as the intermediate fire resistance potion and intermediate ice resistance potion. The value of these potions would skyrocket once the Eclipse Gate opened. Unfortunately, the Candlelight Trading Firm simply had too few advanced alchemists at the moment. Now that Sherfeng had obtained a piece of the Azure Ocean set, it would help a lot in addressing this problem. After killing the Crystal Wolf King, Sherfeng did not remain idle. Instead, he led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo around the Crystal Forest, killing chieftains and lords, using this opportunity to gather the other set pieces of the Azure Ocean set. Finally, around the time when the soul lock on Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo disappeared, he obtained an Azure Ocean test tube, which increased the alchemy success rate by 3%. After killing a Lord-ranked boss, Sherfeng lacked just 2 more to complete the set. However, seeing as it was getting late, he had to bring Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo back to the city first. As for the remaining 2 set pieces, he could only put off collecting them for the future. White River City. At an open-air restaurant close to the Candlelight Trading Firm, players and horse carriages constantly traveled down the street outside the restaurant, every one of these players in a hurry to raise themselves to level 40. All of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mount in White River City. This incident had whetted the appetites of White River City's players for mounts. At the same time, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had further increased. Previously, everyone had considered mounts to be just another mode of transportation. However, after seeing the demonic flame tiger, everyone came to understand one thing. Mounts could also assist players in battle. This was especially true for a mount like the demonic flame tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make one shudder. One could just imagine how much more help it could provide in combat. That tiger mount sure is cool. It would be great if I could have one as well. Stop dreaming. Someone on the forums is offering to buy the mount for 8 million credits right now. Even so, many people are still ridiculing that person. Ridicule? Why? That's 8 million credits we're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. If I were the owner of the tiger mount, I would definitely sell it. Do you think that mount is worth only 8 million? Although some guilds have managed to get their hands on mounts as well, those mounts are just bronze rank, with very few being mysterious iron rank. Currently, rumor has it that the tiger mount might be a dark gold mount. If that's true, it's the highest ranked mount currently known in God's domain. Instead of it being just a mount, it is a symbol of one's identity. Most likely, 8 million credits isn't even worth 10% of that mount. These people are just insane. I'm having a headache just trying to earn 40 gold. Who knows when I'll be able to save up that much money? It would be great if the mounts were cheaper. Of course there is a cheaper alternative. A guild mount costs only 25 gold. However, you'll need to join a guild with a stable first. Currently, Zero Wing is the only guild in God's domain that has a stable. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing every day has nearly filled up Zero Wing's residence to the point of bursting. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have tried to join Zero Wing sooner. Zero Wing really is amazing. Right now, even super guilds have yet to construct their own stables. But Zero Wing has done so already. In a few years' time, Zero Wing might even become a new super guild. While the players on the street were busy chatting, a handsome young man wrapped in a black cloak wore a gloomy expression on his face. As he sat in the open-air restaurant, Zero Wing sure is something. It's no wonder they dared to oppose King's return. The tall and beautiful woman seated beside the handsome youth said, a faint smile on her face. It's been too long since our guild has made a move. It seems that people have started to forget how frightening we actually are. In the minds of ordinary players, super guilds were merely guilds with long histories and plenty of experts. They did not understand the truly formidable aspect of super guilds. The reason why super guilds were powerful was not because of their large number of experts and vast resources, but more due to the quality of their experts. The Falcon Legion, sent to kill the core members of Zero Wing, was the best proof. The Falcon Legion was a legion of experts King's return had secretly nurtured. Every member of the Falcon Legion could rank among the top experts of a first-rate guild. The more powerful members were even in the refinement realm already. Going up against multiple top-tier experts of first-rate guilds at the same time would be a piece of cake for these refinement realm experts now. Not only had King's return sent a 20-man team after Zero Wing's core members, but the guild had also assigned Coral, one of the team leaders of the Falcon Legion, to lead it. In addition, Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger even accompanied the team. Both these men were refinement realm experts. With such a force, annihilating Zero Wing's core members would be child's play. Of course, King's return's intention was not to exterminate Zero Wing, but to give it a warning. Hopefully, Zero Wing will learn their lesson after this little warning. If they still dare to stand against me, their core members won't be the only ones to die next time, Hellfiend stated, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Sindhart has already departed from his guild residence and is currently heading over. It should be time for us to meet that guild leader of Zero Wing. It would indeed be difficult for King's return to thoroughly exterminate Zero Wing in one fell swoop. However, other methods could be used to deal with the guild slowly. The simplest way was to repeatedly kill the upper echelons of the guild. If the guild's upper echelons were frequently killed, their deaths would negatively impact the growth of the guild. If the situation was prolonged, guild members would lose faith in their upper echelons. In the end, members would start quitting, which would in turn weaken the guild. This was also the reason why the various guilds were afraid of super guilds. Just as Hellfiend was about to head to the candlelight trading firm, 20 cloak players appeared before him. These 20 players were none other than Ordinary Stranger's group. Well, did you finish the mission? Hellfiend asked softly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger, who stood in the lead. Chapter 850, Hellfiend's Shock. Why are you all quiet? Hellfiend asked sternly as he looked at Ordinary Stranger's team, which remained silent. However, Hellfiend's follow-up question still failed to elicit a reply from Ordinary Stranger and the others. Instead, their heads hung even lower, their complexions becoming extremely gloomy. Did you? Or did you not complete the mission? Have you all become mute? Hellfiend asked suspiciously whether it was ordinary stranger or Thunder Tiger. Both of them were usually chatterboxes. Yet now, neither of them had uttered even a single word. How could he not find this situation odd? After a long period of silence, Quirrell finally stepped forward and answered in a low tone. We didn't complete the mission. You didn't complete the mission? Hellfiend was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Quirrell and demanded in a deep tone. Tell me exactly what happened. Following which, Quirrell and Ordinary Stranger made a full report to Hellfiend. After hearing their recollection, Hellfiend fell silent. Praying Lotus, the beautiful level 39 oracle dressed in sacred white robes, who was standing beside Hellfiend, also revealed an astonished expression. The reason for her astonishment was not because Quirrell and the others had died. Instead, it was because of who had ambushed them. Although Ordinary Stranger had guessed that the cloaked man was Black Flame, Quirrell had personally seen the cloaked man's true appearance, and he could say with 100% certainty that their ambusher was Yifeng. Yifeng was someone who had long since entered the list of targets to pay attention to of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. He was ridiculously strong. Even if Hellfiend were to take action himself, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Hellfiend's chances of suffering defeat might even be higher than Yifeng's. Hence, it came to her as no surprise that Yifeng had killed Quirrell and the others. If this were normal times, she could still chalk it up to Quirrell and the others having extremely bad luck. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as just having bad luck, and this was the part that gave her and Hellfiend a headache. The movements of the Falcon Legion were kept top secret. Even Hellfiend himself had been in the dark. For the mission this time, only the 20 players on the team had known the details. Hence, before the team had made its move, it was impossible for Zero Wing to have known about the ambush. Moreover, when Quirrell and the others had taken action, they had even used soul lock on their targets. Their ambush targets had no way to get news out unless they died and logged out of the game. As for Yifeng appearing at that location by coincidence, that was also impossible. After all, Yifeng had ridden around White River City on his mount for a long time, causing a huge commotion in the city. When Quirrell and the others took action, Yifeng had still been in the city. Hence, Yifeng's appearance at the Crystal Forest was definitely no coincidence. It was certain that he had only rushed to the rescue after finding out about the incident. However, just how far away was the Crystal Forest from White River City? By the time Yifeng arrived there, even with a mount, the Falcon Legion should have long since finished their targets. Yet, that was not the case. Not only had Yifeng slaughtered the Falcon Legion, but he had even managed to save his companions. The speed of his mobilization was simply staggering. This meant that dealing with the members of Zero Wing would be much more troublesome in the future. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering a huge loss. However, they also could not afford to send out their guild's apex experts. These people usually had their own tasks to handle. How could they possibly have the time to play around with an upstart guild? Moreover, if they really did dispatch these experts, doing so would turn their guild into a laughingstock for other super guildsits. No wonder, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is helpless against Zero Wing. It turns out that they still have such a card to play. Good. Very good. Hellfiend exclaimed, his mouth twitching in anger. This move of Zero Wing had foiled his plans considerably. Hellfiend, are we still going to meet with Black Flame? Praying Lotus asked. Their initial plan had been to teach Zero Wing a lesson, and let the guild know what kind of consequences awaited it should it offend King's return. Now with the Falcon Legion's defeat, they naturally lost their deterrent against Zero Wingo. Of course we're going. If Sindhart thinks he can get that sum of money, he can forget about it. Hellfiend declared, bloodlust shining in his eyes. With a resolute tone he added, since we can't do this subtly, we'll just use force to convince Zero Wing. I don't believe an upstart guild with no backing won't submit to King's return. Saying so, Hellfiend had Ordinary Stranger contact Zero Wing. White River City's teleportation hall. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared inside the building as Shifeng, and the others returned to White River City once again. What a pity. It would be great if we could continue grinding for a few more hours, Blue Bamboo said in disappointment as she looked at her own experience bar during their time following Shifeng around. Their leveling speed simply left one speechless, with two personal guards capable of overwhelming a great lord present. Dealing with those chieftain and lord-ranked monsters was extremely relaxing. The crystal wolves they slaughtered as they traveled around the crystal forest also boosted their experience bar significantly. Currently, she was only 5% away from reaching level 40 at most. She would need an hour's worth of grinding to bridge that final gap. Level 40 was a relatively major milestone in God's domain. Throughout their travels, Blue Bamboo had eyed Shifeng's demonic flame tiger with longing. Unfortunately, she had yet to reach level 40, so she could not even give riding Shifeng's mount a try. In God's domain, mounts could generally carry two people at the same time. If a mount was of a sufficiently high rank, it could even accommodate 3 people at once. A dark gold mount like the demonic flame tiger could bear a maximum of 3 people. However, the riders had to be level 40 or above after exiting the teleportation hall. Shifeng summoned the demonic flame tiger. Once again, the demonic flame tiger's cool and massive body immediately attracted the gazes of the passers-by. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. If you encounter any problems in your quest again, just contact me or Aqua and the others, Shifeng said as he jumped onto his mount. He gave the demonic flame tiger a tap, and then sped towards the candlelight trading firm after Shifeng departed. The players on the streets promptly shifted their gazes towards Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Those 2 beauties members of Zero Wing? I saw them talking to that mount-riding person just now. Could that expert be a member of Zero Wing? All sorts of ideas started popping up in people's minds. Many beautiful female players also started looking at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with eyes filled with envy and admiration. Although they were acquainted with many experts, compared to Shifeng, those experts were simply noobs. On the other hand, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo actually managed to make friends with an expert like Shifeng. It would be great if I can get a mount that's as cool as Big Brother Yifeng's. At that time, my classmates will definitely die of jealousy, Blue Bamboo said as she looked at Shifeng's departing figure admiringly. However, Thoughtful Rain, who stood beside Blue Bamboo, did not have such thoughts in her mind. Instead, she was currently pondering how she could go about improving her strength. Shifeng's battles had truly widened her horizons. She had never imagined that there would actually be such a huge difference between players. Candlelight Trading Firm, 2nd floor reception room. Hell Fiend, are you really going to do it? Praying Lotus asked, a frown on her face. If you do so, we'll suffer significant losses as well. I've already said that I absolutely will not let Sin Heart get that money. If Black Flame is really resolute in opposing me, I will let him know what regret tastes like. Let's see if he thinks opposing me just for a stranger like Sin Heart is worth it or not. Hellfiend sneered and nodded decisively as Hellfiend and Praying Lotus were waiting quietly. The doors to the room opened suddenly. Shifeng, who was currently in the guise of Black Flame, slowly walked up to Hellfiend and Praying Lotus. Chapter 851 Book of Disaster. So he is Black Flame. Hellfiend began carefully observing Shifeng as the swordsman approached him. Although the general public did not have a clear grasp of Black Flame's strength, practically all experts from super guilds knew just how powerful the man was. Ranked 51st on God's Domain's experts list. Although the rankings on this list did not measure the exact strength of an expert, they were still useful as a reference. Someone ranked 51st on the list was unquestionably an expert who could rank at the top in any super guild. Moreover, the fact that Black Flame had managed to develop an upstart guild like Zero Wing to its current state showed that he was strong in more than just fighting. While Hellfiend and Praying Lotus were observing Shifeng, Shifeng was also observing the two. Whether it was Hellfiend or Praying Lotus, both of them had been very famous experts in the past. It was especially true for Hellfiend. During the initial stages of God's Domain, he had already become an adjudicator of kings. The title of adjudicator was not just for show. It represented King's Return's apex combat power. Even the weakest adjudicator was a Void Realm expert. In addition, there was also an age restriction. Candidates for adjudicator could not be over 30. In other words, no one over 30 years old could take part in the exam to become an adjudicator. Hellfiend had managed to become one at such a young age. 10 years later, he had even become a Tier 6 mage god that everybody knew. Ophis for the female oracle, Praying Lotus. She was similarly very amazing, although she could not compare to Hellfiend. She had similarly been promoted into one of King's Return's adjudicators a year or so later. In the end, she had even become a Tier 5 red priest. Her combat power back then had reached the peak of Tier 5. She had been in existence that countless experts looked up. Toshifeng had never imagined that the two people looking to talk to him would be them. What business do you have with me? Shifeng asked in a deep tone as he looked at Hellfiend. You can't be trying to get me to give up on the trade, right? Actually, we are. The reason we've come looking for you this time is indeed to have you give up on that exchange. If you give up now, our previous agreement will still take effect. Hellfiend nodded. He then took out a tattered old book from his bag. Smiling confidently, he said, You can take a look at this thing here. If you are not willing to give up on the exchange, it won't be the Falcon Legion taking action the next time. Instead, I'll make use of this item. You don't wish to see any accidents happening to the Stone Forest town that you've arduously developed, right? This ancient book was very old. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Its cover had long since been ruined. However, if one tried hard enough, one could still make out the faint words written on the book's cover: Abyss Summoning. The instant Shifeng saw these words, his heart involuntarily shook. This book was a nightmarish item in God's domain. This book itself was a disaster in God's domain. The human race was constantly at war with the Abyss. However, it was not that easy for the Abyss to invade the continent of God's domain. Abyssal monsters needed to travel through an abyss passage to enter God's domain en masse. It was extremely difficult to open an abyss passage. Nevertheless, this ancient book could simply do so. This ancient book was an item monsters from the Dark Abyss had specifically sent over. The reason for doing so was to have the people residing on the continent of God's domain use it. The book would then act as a marker that allowed abyssal monsters to open a passage to God's domain much more readily. The opening of an abyss passage would mean that endless abyssal monsters would surge into God's domain. At that time, many kingdoms and empires would fall to the invasion. Shifeng had never dreamed that Hellfiend would actually possess this item. No wonder he's so confident. So he still has such a trump card. Shifeng was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at the ancient book on the table. If an abyss passage opened close to Stone Forest town, it would indeed bring about the destruction of the town. However, opening an abyss passage was no laughing matter. In the past, a player had similarly used one such ancient book to open an abyss passage. The abyssal monsters that came out had ended up destroying an entire kingdom, and even spreading to several neighboring kingdoms. The Glory Empire was only a short distance away from Starmoon Kingdom. With the scope of the Abyss Passage, the Glory Empire would naturally suffer from the invasion. In such a case, King's Return would not escape unscathed, either. However, this ancient book had one more secret that was not mentioned by the system. If you don't mind losing Stone Forest Town, you can go ahead and trade with Sinned Heart. Hellfiend laughed. This ancient book was extraordinarily precious. Originally, he had not intended to use it for such a matter. After all, it could be used to deal with other super guilds in the future. Now, however, with the situation as it was, he couldn't care less about wasting the book. However, he did not believe that Shifeng would be so foolish. How could a measly 5 plots of land possibly compare to Stone Forest Town? Contrary to Hellfiend's expectations, however, Shifeng shook his head and said very seriously, Sorry, but I still refuse. If you wish to use this ancient book of yours, go ahead. When Praying Lotus heard Shifeng's reply, she stared at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. Thinking that the man did not understand the severity of the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, Guild Leader Black Flame, you have to think this through carefully. That Stone Forest town we're talking about not an NPC city. Do you think you can fend off an endless wave of abyssal monsters? This ancient book was extraordinary. Just the price to activate the Abyss Passage would cost them significantly. It would be a complete waste to use it on a small guild like Zero Wing IV. Considered this very clearly. If you don't have anything else, please leave. I still have many things I need to tend to, Shifeng said. Then he stood up and left at this time. Both Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were stunned a lunatic. Black Flame clearly had a mental problem. Or did he think they would not actually carry out their threat? Good. Black Flame, I applaud you. You are the first person to have earned my admiration since entering the virtual gaming world. Since you insist on doing so, I'll fulfill your wish then. I will definitely make you regret your decision today, Black Flame. Hell Fiend laughed maniacally as he looked at Shifeng's receding back. We're leaving. Following which, Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus departed the candlelight trading firm guild leader. Will helping Sin Heart really be worth it? Aqua Rose asked curiously, as she looked at Hell Fiend's departing figure. She had watched everything that happened very clearly from a secret room, beside the reception room after all. Two important figures from King's return had come. How could the vice leader of Zero Wing possibly be absent from this situation? Although Sin Heart was a good-natured person, they were merely acquaintances. If Shifeng were to abandon Stone Forest Town, just because of a promise, it would be the epitome of foolishness. However, Aqua Rose also understood that it was precisely due to this personality of Shifeng's that she had agreed to join Zero Wing back then. If Shifeng were someone who readily bowed to threats, he wouldn't have so many people placing their trust in him. Right now, do you think I'm doing it just because of Sin Heart? Shifeng could not help but laugh. If Hell Fiend really does open up an abyss passage near Stone Forest Town, then I would have to thank him. Thank him? The Abyss Passage will call forth an endless wave of abyssal monsters. How could Stone Forest Town possibly defend against so many monsters? Aqua Rose asked. Confused gains and losses correspond in God's domain. That ancient book is both a disaster and an opportunity. Just like an epic quest, while terrific rewards are possible, the punishment for failure is similarly terrifying, Shifeng explained, smiling. Hopefully, Hell Fiend doesn't disappoint me. Hell Fiend could not know about the true secret of the ancient book. This secret was something that players had found out only after God's domain had experienced such disasters multiple times shortly after Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus left. Shifeng similarly departed the candlelight trading firm. However, to avoid attracting too much attention, Shifeng hailed an advanced horse carriage and headed towards the library. Previously, due to Thoughtful Rain's matter, he had not managed to deal with the Golden Tablets quest. Now that he was done with that matter, he naturally could not leave the tablet quest alone. However, after arriving at the library, before Shifeng could head to the entrance of the building, a beautiful figure suddenly intruded into his path. Blocking him. Taking a closer look, Shifeng discovered that the person blocking him was actually Yulan of Underworld Guild leader Black Flame. You really are difficult to find. May I know if you have time for a private chat? Yulan asked softly, smiling as she looked at the cloaked Shifeng. Chapter 852 Sacred Grounds. Your ability to find someone is really amazing, Shifeng said. However, his attention was currently not on Yulan. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. However, even after careful observation, nothing in particular drew his eye. He did not detect anybody trailing him. Moreover, in a city, many players chose to wear a black cloak to avoid exposing themselves. Hence, cloaked players were not an uncommon sight in a city. Despite that, Yulan had still managed to locate him at this moment. Yulan wore a set of luxurious purple robes, a glowing, silver staff clasped in her hand. The staff had many runes engraved on it, and Shifeng could faintly feel the ambient mana gathering around it. Yulan's level was similarly extraordinary. Currently, she was already a level 39 summoner. The current first-ranking player on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 38, yet Yulan had already reached level 39. Her leveling speed was already on par with the experts of Super Guild's guild leader Black Flame. Is overpraising me. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a chat? Yulan revealed a meaningful smile. I have some intelligence that I know will certainly interest guild leader Black Flame. Intelligence that will interest me? Shifeng could not help but laugh when he heard Yulan saying so. He had already mingled in God's domain for over a decade already. In the past, he had even been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. The information he had regarding God's domain far surpassed that of any current player or guild right now. Most likely, only the secrets gathered by super guilds could possibly interest him. Isn't guild leader Black Flame interested in the holy city of Titan? Yulan asked as she revealed a confident and provocative smile. How do you know about the holy city of Titan? Shifeng was greatly shocked as he looked at Yulan. The holy city of Titan was one of God's domain's major secrets. Even in the past, not many players had known about the holy city. It was a place that independent players had no chance of ever visiting. Even those who knew about the existence of the holy city would not necessarily be able to go there. Only an extremely few large guilds were capable of visiting it generally. Only first-rate guilds and above had the ability to get to the holy city. Although Shadow had been a second-rate guild in the past, it was only after joining hands with many guilds, as well as having the powerful Immortal Light Guild of that time taking the lead, that Shifeng had managed to get a glimpse of the holy city of Titan. The holy city of Titan was originally a city where the Titans resided. It was once an extremely powerful city, capable of going up against even gods. However, after the war between the gods, the city had weakened significantly. Even so, it was still much more powerful than the current four great empires of God's domain, and was roughly Blackwing City's match, and greatly respected by the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. However, the holy city of Titan was different from Blackwing City. Blackwing City was more of a place for players to conduct trade at. Titan City, on the other hand, was a place meant for nurturing players. It had been titled a sacred training ground by many players. The reason for this was because the mana density at Titan City was much denser than in most locations in the outside world. Aside from being a sacred training ground for combat players, Titan City was also a sacred ground for lifestyle players. Due to the excellent environmental conditions there, lifestyle players would have their production success rates improved considerably. In addition, the chance of obtaining lifestyle designs at the grinding spots around Titan City was much higher than at other locations. Hence, many lifestyle players yearned to visit the holy city of Titan. However, Titan City was not a place that just any player could visit. Similar to Blackwing City, one needed to obtain a pass. However, the drop rate for Titan City's pass was much lower than Blackwing City's. Moreover, only level 30, 100-man large-scale team dungeons or above had a chance of dropping the pass. Although Shifeng had thought of going to Titan City, until now, not a single team in Zero Wing had managed to obtain a pass for Titan City. In Shifeng's opinion, though, this was a very normal occurrence. The drop rate for that item was simply too low. Obtaining it in level 30 or level 40 dungeons was practically impossible. Only after reaching level 50 would 100-man team dungeons have a slightly higher possibility of dropping the pass. Even so, the probability was only 1 in 1,000. In other words, one had to raid 1,100-man team dungeons to obtain a pass to Titan City. Moreover, the drop rate for the pass was unaffected by one's luck attribute. Hence, Shifeng had excluded the holy city of Titan when thinking of ways to nurture guild experts. That method simply relied too heavily on luck. It seems guild leader Black Flame really does know about Titan City. That will make the following discussion easier. Yulan smiled. I have a pass to go to that place. Have I managed to catch your interest now? You've got me. Shifeng could not help but laugh. He had never imagined that this woman before him would actually be so capable. A pass to the holy city of Titan. The value of this item far surpassed that of an epic weapon. In the past, some guilds had even been willing to pay 20,000 gold just for a pass. Unfortunately, no guild was willing to sell this item. After all, the value of going to Titan City was far above 20,000 gold, following which, Shifeng followed Yulan to a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was located in the Nobles District, so the prices here were way beyond the means of independent players. As a result, Shifeng and Yulan were the only players within the restaurant inside a quiet VIP room on the second floor. Shifeng and Yulan quietly sat facing each other. Miss Yulan, I'm very curious. With Underworld's power, you guys should have a high chance of getting through the entrance trial. Why have you come looking to cooperate with me? Shifeng asked curiously. Guild leader Black Flame, surely you jest. Underworld has existed for a long time already. Like those super guilds, the power structure inside the organization is very complicated. Everyone has their own opinions and motives. For example, Feng Xianyang and I are under different superiors. How could Underworld possibly compare to a straightforward organization like Zero Wing? Yulan laughed. This Titan City's pass is something I just happened to chance upon. Nobody in the guild has found out about it yet. However, with my own abilities, it is very difficult to get through the entrance trial. In addition, I only have 3 chances to challenge the trial. I won't gain anything if I fail all 3 chances. Hence, I thought of asking for your help, Guild leader Black Flame. So that's the case. Shifeng found Yulan's words readily convincing. After all, if even Ouroboros had faced such problems, what more an organization like Underworld? Then, what kind of remuneration are you prepared to give me in return for my help, Miss Yulan? Since Guild leader Black Flame knows of the holy city of Titan, you should also know of the value of a pass to the city. As long as we get through the entrance trial, I'll give 30 slots to you. How about it? Yulan said, gnashing her teeth in reluctance. A single pass could allow a maximum of 100 players into Titan City. However, the difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was very high. With just her subordinates, she was unlikely to pass it. They needed the help of several powerful experts. Otherwise, she would not be willing to offer so many slots. That won't do. I want half. I can't help you if you don't give me half of the slots. Shifeng shook his head. Guild leader Black Flame, this is simply daylight robbery. I am only trying to borrow a few experts from your guild, yet you want half of the slots. I might as well rely on myself to get through the trial if this is your price. Yulan countered as she glared at Shifeng. She had never imagined that Shifeng would be so black-hearted. If Shifeng were not someone known to keep his word, she would have long since sought out other experts. Then, she wouldn't have to give away any of her limited slots. Just paying some coins would suffice. Chapter 853, Entrance Trial. Yulan took a deep breath. In a very determined tone, Yulan said, I'll offer 5 more slots at most. Based on her investigations, Titan City was an excellent location to nurture lifestyle players nowadays. The impact lifestyle players had on the game was increasing. The various large guilds were all investing heavily in lifestyle players, in the hopes of nurturing many more powerful lifestyle players. It was especially true for forging and alchemy lifestyle players. In addition, enchanting, tailoring, engineering, and other fields were also becoming increasingly important in the game. If she could nurture a group of high-ranking lifestyle players, she could use them to earn large sums of money in the future. Hence, every slot to Titan City was of utmost importance, as these slots would become the capital for stabilizing and elevating her position in Underworld. I believe that Miss Yulan should have challenged the entrance trial once already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. So, I'm sure you are very clear about how difficult the trial is. It is not a problem that can be resolved easily with just a few more experts. If you fail all 3 challenges, then the pass will automatically become invalid. At that time, not to mention 50 slots, you won't even get a single slot. Shifeng had no intention of changing his mind. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan were equally important to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, the trading firm had many more members to nurture. A meager 35 slots were far from enough. Even if he missed out on this chance, at most, he would just have the Dark Gods Legion and the main force raid more 100-man team dungeons in the various NPC cities in God's domain. Even in imperial capitals, the only locations that could improve a lifestyle player's production success rate were workshops. However, Titan City was different. Aside from workshops, there were also research rooms meant for various lifestyle classes. Not only could these research rooms increase a player's improvement rate, but the production success rate increases were much higher than even in special workshops, as long as the candlelight trading firm nurtured a large number of advanced forgers and alchemists. It would be able to produce many more rare products, particularly strengthening devices and various items that increased fire and ice resistance. Since the time Shifeng left Blackwing City, the selling price of the strengthening device at the Blackwing auction house only increased and never decreased. As long as the item appeared in the auction house, someone would immediately purchase it. Previously, he thought that 2,000 pieces would be around the amount the market could stomach. Now, however, it seemed that even the additional 3,000 pieces he had scheduled to sell would not be enough to satisfy the market's appetite. Even before these 3,000 strengthening devices sold out, he had already accumulated over 30,000 gold. He was earning far more than his initial projections at this moment. Shifeng could not help but wish he could make more strengthening devices. Obtaining the design for the item was not much of a problem. After all, he only needed to raid level 50 or above great lords to get them. With a godly skill like divine providence, 1 out of every handful of great lords he killed would definitely drop the design. The problem was that, even if he managed to obtain a large number of designs, the candlelight trading firm did not have that many advanced forgers to learn them. Are you absolutely confident of clearing the entrance trial? Yulan frowned. She had never imagined that Shifeng would have such a deep understanding of the entrance trial. The difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was greater than even that of a 100-man team dungeon. Otherwise, she would not have come looking for Shifeng. She would have long since monopolized the entry slots herself. I won't say absolutely, but I'm at least over 70% certain. Shifeng laughed. He had visited the holy city of Titan multiple times in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the holy city's entrance trial. The system set the difficulty of the trial based on the levels of the players undertaking it, so players would always feel that the trial's difficulty was the same, regardless of when they challenged it. Getting into Titan City depended on the overall strength of the team, with Zero Wing's current strength and his understanding of the trial. He was far more than just 70% certain of making it to Titan City. Yulan fell silent upon hearing Shifeng's words. Even with Underworld going all out, its chances of getting through the entrance trial was far from reaching 70%. Worse, if she were to attempt it with just her own team, her success rate would be 20% at most. Moreover, the pass gave only 3 chances to challenge the trial. She had already failed once. If she relied on her own team, it was simply impossible for them to get through it. Indeed, just as Shifeng had said, if she could not clear the trial, then this pass of hers would be worth nothing. Moreover, looking at Shifeng's calm and confident behavior, he did not seem to be boasting. Demand for advanced lifestyle players was continuously increasing nowadays. The sooner she could nurture more advanced lifestyle players, the greater the advantage she would hold in the future. She could not afford to sit still and wait for her team to grow stronger. In the end, Yulan could not help but sigh as she conceded. All right. As long as you manage to clear the entrance trial, I'll give you 50 slots. However, I also have a condition. You need to clear the trial within 3 days. Deal. I'll have to make some preparations first. I'll contact you when the time comes. Shifeng's thoughts paralleled Yulan's. The sooner they entered Titan City, the better. Moreover, many rare designs were obtainable only at the holy city of Titan, and nowhere else. Following which, the two of them established a contract between themselves. Shortly after Shifeng left, an assassin youth entered the VIP room fully garbed in silvery gray leather armor. This assassin should be roughly 18 or 19 years old, based on his appearance. However, his level was extremely high. He was actually level 38, far beyond the reach of ordinary experts. Right now, big sis Yulan, aren't we giving Zero Wing a little too much? That's 50 advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend to nurture that many advanced lifestyle players? Won't it be fine if we look to Heaven's Burial or the Star Alliance for help instead? These two guilds aren't beneath Zero Wing in terms of strength. Moreover, we also wouldn't have to pay such a huge price if we employ their help. The assassin youth was very furious about the conditions Shifeng proposed. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial more or less possess a connection with Underworld. If we get them to help us, the possibility of the others from Underworld finding out about Titan City is very high. However, we won't have such a problem with Zero Wing, Yulan said, shaking her head. Besides, Zero Wing is filled with experts. They'll have a much higher possibility of clearing the entrance trial. Being able to enter Titan City securely is much more important than saving a few more slots for ourselves. Although the assassin youth did not make any further retort to Yulan's words, he inwardly still felt very dissatisfied. Back when they had entered the entrance trial, they had all been brimming with confidence. They had all thought that the trial was just a small matter. However, once the battle began, they found out that their thoughts had been too optimistic. The entrance trial was not something a 100-man team dungeon could compare to. The two were on entirely different levels. Even if Zero Wing's experts challenged the entrance trial, the outcome would be the same. White River City's library. After Shifeng entered the library, he immediately made his way to the top floor of the building. Compared to the last time he had come here, the security in front of Starmoon Hall was much stricter. Tier 3 knights filled the place. Even his identity as a demon hunter would not have gotten him entry into the hall. If not for his identity as a Count of White River City, the most he would have been able to do now was stand at the entrance of the hall. Walking inside, Shifeng was immediately greeted by the sight of the white-robed Charlene, sitting before a table and quietly observing a floating crystal ball. Magic arrays encircled her as she radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Even Shifeng found himself paralyzed when bathed in this aura. A fourfold magic array. An expression of disbelief appeared on Shifeng's face. It would be understandable if this pressure he was feeling was due to a domain released by an NPC. However, Charlene did not have her domain out right now. This pressure he was currently experiencing was only a side effect of the mana gathered at the magic array. Just what kind of spell is this? It is actually this strong. At this moment, there was an image displayed inside the crystal ball. Meanwhile, this image was none other than the scene of the Blackwing auction house. Under the effects of space freeze, the crystal ball had completely locked on to the appearance and aura of the mysterious youth back then. His every action was clearly replicated in the crystal ball. However, when the mysterious youth vanished from Blackwing City, the crystal ball suddenly cracked and shattered into countless tiny pieces. In the end, the broken fragments of the crystal ball ignited into silver flames before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 854, Ancient Spell. Soul Fire. Shifeng's expression immediately tensed when he saw the burning flame. This was not his first time to encounter this flame. Soul Fire was a flame capable of causing great damage to players, inflicting extremely severe death penalties, even more severe than having their immortal soul absorbed. To put it simply, Soul Fire was a flame that players should avoid coming into contact with at all costs. As the crystal ball disintegrated into nothingness, the silver flames immediately transformed into a leopard. Over 2 meters tall, burning silver flames covered the leopard's entire body, and wherever its 4 paws stepped, the stone floor underfoot became molten magma. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their hearts shudder, and would try to get as far as possible from the silver leopard. However, Shifeng could not run away, even if he wanted to. The oppression of the fourfold magic array aside, the leopard itself was an extraordinary level 200 mythic monster, the equivalent of a level 200 tier 4 NPC. Such a monster could instantly kill any current player, even if Shifeng were at his peak during his previous life. The only thing he could have done if he encountered such a monster was run away as fast as he could. Fortunately, this leopard formed from soul fire did not seem interested in Shifeng. Instead, its pitch-black eyes stared at Charlene, who was lounging on a reading chair. In the next moment, the leopard transformed into a streak of silver light. As it pounced at Charlene, the leopard was so fast that Shifeng did not even manage to react before it appeared in front of her. What a feisty little cat you are. I was just looking into your owner's movements, yet you actually came all this way to pick a fight, Charlene said, eyeing the silver leopard pouncing at her. as if she was just looking at a cute little animal. Suddenly, her left arm turned into a blur as she grabbed the silver leopard by the scruff of its neck. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The silver leopard, which was originally over 2 meters tall, actually began shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was no larger than a little kitten. No matter how hard it fought, it couldn't escape Charlone's grasp. The only thing it could do was bare its tiny fangs and swipe its puny paws at her, while emitting threatening hisses, following which, Charlone took out a crimson crystal ball and did a short chant. The silver leopard then transformed into a streak of light and entered the crystal ball. Trapped inside the crystal ball, the silver leopard still tried struggling, but its efforts were all for naught. It couldn't escape the bindings of the crimson ball. Sherfong was incomparably stunned as he witnessed this scene from a distance. Charlone had actually just played around with a level 200 mythic monster, as if it were a toy. Rather than a tier 5 red priest, she seemed more on the level of a tier 6 god. So you've come. After Charlone was done dealing with the silver leopard, her golden eyes slowly shifted towards Sherfong. Smiling faintly, she said, "After not meeting you for some time, I see that you've landed yourself in yet more trouble. Before you have even dealt with the matter of the Lord of Balrogs, you have earned yourself yet another curse. I really don't know whether you've been blessed by the goddess of fate, or fancied by the goddess of misfortune." Cursed? Sherfong frowned. He then gave himself a thorough look, as well as checked his status window. However, he did not discover any abnormalities with himself. Don't bother. Ordinary mortals won't be able to detect it. Charlone shook her head lightly. She then walked up to Sherfong. Stretching one of her flawless fingers towards him, she began drawing one line of divine runes, after another like golden ribbons. The glorious, golden divine runes wrapped around Sherfong. As the number of divine runes increased, the mana fluctuations surrounding him began weakening. After a short moment, his surroundings were devoid of mana. This form of mana nullification was different from the silencing skills used by players, which only froze the flow of mana. What Charlone used thoroughly erased the existence of mana, with the absence of mana in his surroundings. Sherfong felt as if his brain was suffering from oxygen deficiency. Momentarily, his vision blurred a bit. His mind grew somewhat dizzy as well, his control over his body dulling slightly. But in the next moment, a silver chain with the thickness of a finger appeared, extending from Sherfong's chest. When this chain went beyond the mana nullification field, it quickly became invisible once again, as if it had never existed. What's this? Sherfong could not help his surprise. This was his first time seeing such a situation. Moreover, with the appearance of this chain, he could clearly feel himself continuously weakening. This is your curse. This silver chain is a soul chain, and it is bound to your soul. You can consider this a parting gift that mysterious youth left for you when he escaped, Charlone said, her cherry red lips hooking up into a smile. Chuckling softly, she continued, "How about it? Are you feeling a little anxious now?" Sherfong could not help but roll his eyes at Charlone. Even if he were stupid, he could tell that this curse was no trifling matter. A single mistake could very well send him to the netherworld. Problems related to the soul were the most frightening thing to players. After all, failure to deal with such problems would not end with just suffering a simple death. It was very likely that his entire account would be crippled. How could he not feel anxious? "Can this curse be removed?" Sherfong asked in response. However, Charlone spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Even you can't remove it?" Sherfong was far more shocked now. Charlone was definitely one of the strongest NPCs he had ever encountered in his entire gaming career in God's domain. If even such an NPC was incapable of helping him, one could just imagine what a stinking pile of trouble he had landed himself in this time. "This thing here is a soul chain. It is a super spell that has been passed down since ancient times. I am not a god, so how can I possibly remove it?" Charlone rolled her eyes at Sherfong. Snappily, she continued, "However, you don't have to fall into despair either. There are two methods to remove this curse of yours. The first method is to remove the curse using force, while the second method is to kill the person who placed this curse on you. Since you can't remove the curse, The only option left for you is to kill the person who had cursed you in the first place. Shifeng was immediately rendered speechless. He wanted to, but did he have this kind of ability? Not to mention himself during his peak. Even a Tier 5 Apex expert would have a small chance of defeating that mysterious youth. Most likely, only Tier 6 God-ranked players would be capable of dealing with him. However, God's domain was currently in its infant stages. There was not a single Tier 2 player in existence yet. So just where was he supposed to find Tier 6 players? Relax, I'm not telling you to kill that youth yourself. With this weak little body of yours, a sneeze from that person would blow you into smithereens. All you need to do is find his whereabouts. Charlene could not help but giggle as she eyed Shifeng's slightly ugly complexion. Although I've used a tracking spell, that person is extremely adept at hiding his trail. Even I can't locate him. However, you are different. The other end of the soul chain, wrapped around your body, is in his hands. As long as you follow the soul chain, you will be able to locate him easily. At that time, all you need to do is contact me. System: Legendary Quest Lost Magic, Accepted Quest Content. Locate the youth who has cursed you. Rewards unknown, but how will I find him? If I'm not inside this magic nullification field, I won't be able to see the chain at all. Shifeng was inwardly at a loss for words after hearing the very simplified system notification. Chapter 855, Absorbing Soul Fire. Upon hearing Shifeng say so, as if she had long since prepared for this, Charlene promptly handed the crimson crystal ball, with the silver leopard inside it, to him. With your current standard, sensing the soul chain is naturally impossible for you. However, this thing here can help you, Charlene said as she pointed at the imprisoned silver leopard. This thing is a soul beast formed using soul fire. As long as you absorb its soul fire, you will naturally be capable of seeing the soul chain. Will I be able to control soul fire if I absorb it? Shifeng could not help but grow excited as he looked at the imprisoned leopard. But how can I possibly absorb it? It's a sentient Tier 4 being, not a mysterious flame. Soul fire. It was the nightmare of countless players back at the Dark Den. Shifeng had witnessed the great demon Nettle using soul fire to instantly reduce Discipline Paradise to level 0, forcing the Guardian Knight to restart his progress in the game. Meanwhile, soul fire could be categorized into two types: Black Destruction and Silver Creation. The one used by the great demon Nettle was Black Soul Fire, which possessed frighteningly destructive power. As for the soul fire before Shifeng, it was of creation. Although it was not as powerful as Black Soul Fire in terms of attack power, it possessed the ability to alter and mend souls. Both of these two flames were mysterious flames that were exceptionally hard to come by. As far as Shifeng knew, no player had managed to control either kind of soul fire. Even after a decade had passed in God's domain, if a player truly managed to control a soul fire, regardless of which type it was, they would become the nightmare of all other players. They would become an existence much more frightening than even a player capable of absorbing immortal souls. Now that Shifeng had a chance to absorb such a flame, how could he not get excited? Absorb a soul beast? Charlene laughed involuntarily. Are you tired of living? With your body, aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm having you absorb only the soul fire the soul beast is releasing right now. However, even if it is just radiated soul fire, there's no way you can absorb it with your current standard. The outcome will be the same, even though you possess an immortal soul. I do know another method that can help you absorb the radiated soul fire. Only you need to search for a mysterious flame to do so. Moreover, it needs to be a Tier 2 mysterious flame at the very least. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the power of the soul fire, and will end up burned to ash. Hence, the only one thing you need to do now is find a bunch of Tier 2 mysterious flames. If you manage to absorb the soul fire, you will also be able to weaken the corrosion effect the soul chain has on your soul. That will buy you time to search for that mysterious youth. Otherwise, with the current state of the soul chain, you only have another 27 days before you become that person's puppet. Well, there's nothing to worry about even if you fail to find that person. At that time, I'll personally grant you relief, permanently erasing you from this world. At the very least, You won't have to become that person's puppet. I only have 27 days if I don't have the weakening effect of the soul fire? Shifeng frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so little time. Who knew where that mysterious youth had gone to hide? After all, the place the mysterious youth had disappeared from was Blackwing City. He could very well appear in any country in God's domain. He might not even be in any country in God's domain. He might have distanced himself far away from human society and traveled to a remote place like the top of the world. God's domain was simply too massive. Even with a chain guiding him, locating the mysterious youth in just 27 days was impossible. That's right. Hence, you need to absorb Tier 2 mysterious flames, or above, and absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. This way, you'll have a little more time. Charlene nodded. Very seriously, she continued. Alright, hurry up and go search for Tier 2 or above mysterious flames. When you've managed to absorb one, come and find me. I'll tell you how you can absorb the soul fire. It's fine as long as it is a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Saying so, Shifeng summoned the ice blue devil flame. A dark blue flame immediately manifested above his right palm, its appearance causing the ambient temperature to decrease gradually. To forgers and alchemists, mysterious flames were priceless treasures. Unlike top-tier weapons and equipment, which could be obtained easily through raiding dungeons and field bosses, or completing quests, one needed to investigate every map carefully to locate a mysterious flame. Finding one within a short span of time was not a feasible task, besides which, a Tier 2 mysterious flame was something capable of inciting a great war between various large guilds. It was not something that could be found in just 20-odd days. Even super guilds would barely be capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Shifeng had known the exact whereabouts of the ice blue devil flame and had secured it for himself as soon as possible. Otherwise, this quest would truly be his doom. Thinking about it now, he had indeed made a wise decision to secure the ice blue devil flame. Back then, when Charlene saw the deep blue, burning flame, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The ice blue devil flame, a Tier 2 mysterious flame. This is a flame that only places filled with death are capable of producing. Just how did you manage to obtain it? Charlene asked, greatly surprised as she looked at Shifeng. I just happened to discover it when I was traveling by the 100 Ghost Forest. Shifeng gave a casual reply. You really have been blessed by the goddess of fate. The 100 Ghost Forest was cursed by the legendary Black Witch. That Black Witch was a considerably amazing existence, and only a step away from becoming a god. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest might not be a problem to a weakling like you, but to powerhouses, that place is an absolute forbidden ground due to the curse. Charlene could not restrain her laughter. Since you already possess the ice blue devil flame, then you indeed possess the qualifications to absorb the soul fire. There are two things you need to do when absorbing the soul fire. The first thing is control the ice blue devil flame and have it wrap around the radiated soul fire. You need to envelop the soul fire completely. There must not be even the tiniest of leaks. If you fail to do so and get contaminated by the soul fire, even though you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will similarly suffer. The second thing you need to do is the most crucial part when absorbing the soul fire. After you have completely contained the soul fire, you have to absorb it into your body. Afterwards, you need to fuse the ice blue devil flame with the soul fire. However, the soul fire is too strong. The fusion needs to be a certain ratio. If the proportion of soul fire is too high, the merged flame will damage you. If it is too low, you won't be able to display the power of the soul fire. Balance is a must. As for how to achieve that balance, you will have to depend on yourself. For that, I will set up a magic array to carry out this fusion for you. While inside this magic array, you'll have an easier time guiding this fusion. Once you grasp that sensation, you'll have a much easier time wielding the soul fire's power in the future. After saying so, Charlene began reciting incantations as her hand drew line after line of divine runes continuously. A short moment later, the several thousand lines of divine runes drawn transformed into a golden fourfold magic array, brightly illuminating the entire hall. Alright, give it a try, Charlene said as she pointed at the golden magic array on the ground, an exhausted cast to her face. Evidently, Forming this fusion magic array had not been as easy as she made it look. Chapter 856, Basic Control. Starmoon City Teleportation Hall. A group of cloaked players suddenly appeared inside the building. Standing at the head of this group were an uncloaked young man and woman. The instant these two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many players. Aren't they Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus, experts of King's Return? Why would they appear here? As expected of a super guild, their levels and equipment are simply too amazing. Both of them are fully equipped in level 35 dark gold equipment. That staff Hellfiend is carrying is actually epic ranked. The difference between us is just too massive. I wonder when I'll be able to wear a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Could King's Return be looking to develop in Starmoon Kingdom? Experts of King's Return were practically big-time celebrities in the virtual gaming world. Not to mention, neither Hellfiend nor Praying Lotus had bothered to hide the special effects of their equipment. Hence, many players quickly managed to determine the ranks of the two's equipment, which immediately prompted a discussion among the onlookers as they cast envious gazes at the two experts currently. Mainstream players had yet to reach even level 35. Only the elite players of large guilds had mostly attained this level. Being able to have a complete set of secret silver equipment was also a very amazing achievement already. Yet these two experts from King's Return, a super guild, had already reached level 39. They even sported the current best weapons and equipment from head to toe, an epic weapon. This was definitely the first time these ordinary players had seen such an item. There had been no news of such a weapon appearing in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. One could just imagine how frighteningly powerful a super guild was. Fiend and Praying Lotus paid no attention to the looks they were receiving as they walked directly towards an outgoing teleportation array. Look who it is. Hellfiend came to an abrupt halt, his gaze shifting towards an elementalist waiting to use a teleportation array. Hellfiend? Why are you here? The elementalist youth also noticed Hellfiend. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, his expression immediately darkened as he asked, "Could you be trying to threaten Zero Wing?" "Sind, it seems your luck is quite good. You actually managed to find a trustworthy ally. However, don't celebrate too soon. Your fate has long since been determined. Nothing will change no matter how much you struggle." Hellfiend sneered in disdain. He then turned away and left. A trustworthy ally? Sind's heart hit his confusion as he looked at Hellfiend's departing figure. Could Zero Wing have rejected Hellfiend's offer? He had never seen Hellfiend lose his composure to such an extent before. Inwardly, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The goodwill he felt towards Zero Wing also increased significantly. Not many people would dare to resist King's Return, much less offend the Super Guild. Just for a stranger. Hellfiend, are you really going to use the ancient book? Seeing Hellfiend's hurried steps, Praying Lotus anxiously advised, "Don't let your anger get to your head. Even if you utilize the ancient book's power, Sind's heart will still get that sum of money. At that time, you will have wasted the true value of the ancient book." "Of course I know this. Lotus, do you actually think I've let my anger overwhelm me? I haven't forgotten our primary goal in coming here. Although I said I was going to utilize the ancient book's power, when did I say that I was going to use it on Stone Forest Town?" Hellfiend's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. At that time, whether it is Black Flame or Sind's heart, both of them will suffer. "You're not using it on Stone Forest Town?" While Praying Lotus was happy that Hellfiend was not letting his anger get the better of him, his words also confused her. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's treasure trove. If they destroyed the town, they could undoubtedly deal Zero Wing a severe blow, wiping away one of the guild's major advantages in Starmoon Kingdom. But if Hellfiend was not planning on using the ancient book on Stone Forest Town, just what was his intended target? "You'll see when the time comes." Hellfiend smirked. Inside White River City's library, Sherfong continued to try to fuse the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Soul Fire. However, the difficulty of merging two mysterious flames was extremely high. Despite numerous attempts, Sherfong still ended up with only failure. The first step of wrapping the Ice Blue Devil Flame around the small bundle of soul fire, was no problem for Shifeng. At this point, Shifeng could control the ice blue devil flame like an extension of his arms and legs. Shifeng had already reached the void realm, so his perception towards his surroundings was already flawless. Hence, completely containing the soul fire was a walk in the park for him. However, the second step, which was the fusion of mysterious flames, was extremely difficult. Fusing the flames in the correct ratio was many times more challenging than threading a string through a needle hole. It was meaningless if Shifeng fused too little soul fire with the ice blue devil flame. However, if the proportion of soul fire was even a tiny bit too much, it would scorch him. At that time, not only did he suffer excruciating pain, but he also fell into a weakened soul state, causing his basic attributes to decrease. Each time he got burned by the soul fire, he would lose 1% of his basic attributes. Although 1% was not much, after numerous failures, the accumulated amount was still very frightening. Currently, he had already failed 34 times in a row, which diminished his basic attributes by 34%. Fortunately, this reduction was not permanent, only temporary. Even so, he would have to wait 2 natural days to recover fully. This really is difficult. After experiencing many failures, Shifeng had more or less identified the ratio required to maintain a balance. However, knowing the fusion ratio was one thing. Accurately fusing the flames in correct proportion was another thing altogether. In the future, if he had to go through a similar process to utilize the soul fire, without the assistance of the fusion magic array, the difficulty would be more than 10 times higher. For example, if his permitted margin of error with the magic fusion array was at 0.1%, then without it his margin of error would only be 0.1%. It would be significantly more difficult for him to utilize the soul fire's power. After all, players were not machines. They couldn't achieve such precision. It was the same even if Shifeng's brain activity had already improved substantially. Only now did Shifeng understand why, even after a decade had passed in God's domain, despite there having been a few God-ranked experts who had managed to obtain soul fires, not a single one of them had managed to truly control the soul fire they had. If he was already having so much trouble controlling just a strand of the soul fire's power, just how difficult was it to completely control the soul fire? However, after going through so many attempts, Shifeng had also gained something else, and that was control. Before this, Shifeng had only been focused on improving his control over his own body and the surrounding environment, always thinking of ways to push his 5 senses to their very limits. However, he had always done so through actual life and death battles. He had never truly calmed his heart. He had never noticed before. But now that he was paying attention, he realized that his previous way of controlling his body and the surrounding environment seemed somewhat barbaric. Previously, he had been just like a sprinter, constantly placing an ultra-high load on his body while he fought. His control had no smoothness or flexibility whatsoever. However, after experiencing the fusion process multiple times, his control over his body had subtly improved. He could now extend and retract his power much more smoothly and naturally than before. This unexpected benefit overjoyed Shifeng. He had never imagined that he would gain such a bonus from combining 2 mysterious flames. With the continuous improvement of his control, Shifeng finally succeeded in merging the ice blue devil flame and soul fire on his 45th try system. Congratulations! You have gained basic control over the soul fire. You are now able to utilize the basic abilities of the soul fire. Chapter 857 New Class. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Shifeng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was supposed to challenge the Holy City of Titan's entrance trial in 3 days. If his attributes had decreased any further, he would have to wait until he had fully recovered from the weakened soul state. Before he could do so, he did not wish to miss out on this opportunity to visit the Holy City of Titan. With 50 slots to enter the Holy City, he could get quite a number of intermediate alchemists and intermediate forgers promoted to advanced rank. If he let this opportunity slip by, who knew how much time and resources he would have to expend to nurture so many advanced lifestyle classes? Moreover, with these new advanced classes, he could greatly increase the production volumes of strengthening devices and ice and fire resistance items in the current God's domain. The importance of lifestyle players was increasing by the day. For example, large guilds such as first-rate guilds initially nurtured their own lifestyle players. Now, however, in order to increase their competitiveness, these guilds had now begun to recruit lifestyle players as well. Moreover, the conditions they offered were exceedingly munificent. Currently, even ordinary lifestyle players received benefits equivalent to those of guild elite members. If their standard was sufficiently high, they could even receive a core member's treatment. This situation was something unimaginable a few weeks ago. As a result, players who originally intended to rely on field combat to get by in God's domain had started considering switching careers and becoming a pure lifestyle player instead. After all, playing a lifestyle class had its own benefits. Only, the status of lifestyle players was not particularly high previously, and the treatment they received had only been subpar at best. Hence, most players would generally choose to fight monsters. Now that the situation had changed, players who did not excel at combat were exploring various lifestyle classes. With the large influx of lifestyle players into the market, the competition between lifestyle players had intensified further. The number of advanced lifestyle players was also much higher than before. If not for the candlelight trading firm having a massive advantage like the special workshop, which allowed it to attract and nurture plenty of talents, the trading firm would not have been able to maintain its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Although Shi Feng had long since anticipated this situation, he had never imagined that it would happen so quickly without the advantages the candlelight trading firm had accumulated before, as well as its possession of popular and exclusive products. The trading firms run by other large guilds would have surpassed it already based on Melancholic Smile's latest report. The heavenly trading firm, opened by Heaven's Burial, was growing the quickest. In just a short dozen days or so, Heavenly Trading Firm had become one of Star Moon Kingdom's 6 major trading firms. Recently, it even surpassed Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming Trading Firm to become the second largest trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It was also precisely because of this demotion that Yulan was in such a hurry to enter Titan City. After all, when judging the strength of a trading firm, aside from products and traffic, the crucial factor would still have to be the number of advanced lifestyle players it had. Not bad. Now that you have basic control over the soul fire, you should have a much easier time searching for that person, Charlene said as she walked over to Shi Feng. After thoroughly sizing him up, she nodded and added, "Unfortunately, with just basic control over the soul fire, you can only weaken the effects of the soul chain slightly. At your current state, you have roughly 54 days to find that person. However, as your control over the soul fire improves, the weakening effect it will have over the soul chain will also increase, and you'll gain more time to find that person. How can I improve my control over the soul fire?" Shi Feng asked curiously, although he could tell that he had only basic control over the soul fire, and hence still had room for improvement. The soul fire's introduction made no mention of how he could improve his control. Simple: look for other mysterious flames and absorb them. The soul fire is no ordinary mysterious flame. The power of the ice blue devil flame can only allow you to exert the soul fire's power to this extent. If you wish to improve, you'll need more mysterious flames to suppress the soul fire. The higher the mysterious flame's tier, the better. However, tier 2 is the bare minimum. Charlene explained. I need more mysterious flames to improve? Shi Feng was immediately rendered speechless. Mysterious flames were not bronze equipment. They were far from easy to obtain. There were indeed many mysterious flames located within Star Moon Kingdom. There were even several just within the region of White River City. However, the ice blue devil flame was the only tier 2 mysterious flame Shi Feng knew the whereabouts of. He had no clue where to find the other tier 2 mysterious flames, although Shi Feng knew of the whereabouts of a tier 3 mysterious flame. That place was a secret location. Moreover, it was not somewhere a player of his current standard could go to at all. At the very least, he needed to reach level 60 or 70, as well as achieve his tier 2 class. to obtain that Tier 3 flame with just 54 days. Accomplishing such a feat was simply impossible. It seems I'll have to have Aqua notify the guild members to gather information on a few mysterious flames as soon as possible. Shifeng thought to himself, a legendary quest was no laughing matter. Shifeng also did not think he was capable of finding the traces of that mysterious youth in his current state. The mysterious youth's strength exceeded Tier 5. Moreover, seeing as the quest provided him with a way to extend its duration, this indicated that this quest was not one he could currently complete. Just the difficulty of locating and obtaining a Tier 2 mysterious flame was no lower than an epic quest based on the statistics players had collected on God's domain in his previous life. An epic quest took anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to complete. For legendary quests, however, players could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to even 3 or 5 years to complete. The system's main goal right now was to have him delay for time. If he could not locate a sufficient number of mysterious flames and failed to delay for enough time, it would be equivalent to him failing the quest. In the end, he would become someone's puppet. At that time, his only option would be to delete his account and start all over again. This was the frightening aspect of legendary quests. It was not something an epic quest could possibly compare to, following which Shifeng shook the thought of the legendary quest out of his mind and calmed himself. He then began testing out the power of the soul fire. In the next moment, a silver flame appeared in each of Shifeng's dark pupils. The feeling he gave off also changed abruptly. Previously, when Shifeng intentionally hid his aura, he appeared to be as calm as the great ocean. When he was not hiding it, the feeling he gave others was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and domineering. Now, however, even though he had made no attempt to draw in his aura, he had an air about him that was similar to an iceberg's, silent and cold. One would shiver inadvertently when bathed in this aura. Not a hint of emotion could be found within Shifeng's eyes. There was only cold rationality present. It was as if nothing in the world could affect his composure right now. Is this the power of the soul fire? Shock filled Shifeng's heart as he observed his surroundings. Previously, when he activated the ice blue devil flame, the mysterious flame only increased the damage of his fire and ice-type skills. However, when he activated the soul fire, although he did not receive any improvements to his damage or attributes, his mind felt calm like never before, to the extent that he even found it frightening. Currently, everything in the world was just like data to him. Aside from absolute calm, the world before Shifeng had also become silver and white. He could see no other color through his eyes. Meanwhile, in this world of silver and white, he could see the soul chain wrapped around his body very clearly. He could also see it extending out of the hall and beyond. Just as Shifeng was thinking of testing this newfound power of his, the sound of a system announcement entered his ears. System announcement: a new expansion pack, Abyss Invasion, has been triggered. The Twin Towers Kingdom has been assaulted by the Abyss, and abyssal monsters have begun invading the surrounding countries. When the time comes, players can participate in the Abyss War. After accumulating a sufficient amount of merit, players can class change into a new class. Chapter 858: Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. However, the mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds. Just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes, this thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City, at this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions, echoing throughout the entire city, instilled fear and despair in the players. There, can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. It should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array, Kachike crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to, depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters with just their strength, the players would be killed instantly, losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Hahaha. Let's see what Sin Heart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Hellfiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city. A delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations, but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore, even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land. How much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Starmoon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the abyssal monsters. Hellfiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly, as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us, Hellfiend said nonchalantly. Using the Abyss summoning, he had opened an abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the abyss's power. To others, the abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Starmoon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Shurfeng's ears. Hellfiend activated the Abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom? Shurfeng was slightly surprised. Originally, he had thought his provocation would prompt Hellfiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the Elementalist would give him such a surprise. Now, it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion, indeed, posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. Players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations. Instead, however, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity, with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demonblade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the Berserker class in a melee, nor a match for Rangers and Elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these two modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battles significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class, without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an abyss passage? At this moment, Charlene's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Shifeng, she said, "I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me." After saying this, Charlene immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlene disappear, Shifeng could not help feeling some pity for Hellfiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was fair. Although the ancient book could grant a player power, this power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Shifeng couldn't care less about the trouble Hellfiend had just landed himself in, though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to clash change into a Demon Blade Knight, following which Shifeng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Although he had previously received news that Sin Heart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence, he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sin Heart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sin Heart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside. Now, upon hearing this, Sin Heart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sin Heart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Shifeng entered the reception room. Chapter 859, Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Shifeng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame. When Sin Heart saw Shifeng walking over, even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Shifeng like nothing before. The last time he had met Shifeng, he could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Shifeng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sin Heart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing: the true danger was not the one that could be perceived, but rather what could not be perceived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Shifeng apologized. "Let's go carry out the exchange right now then. Brother Yifeng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you?" Sin Heart said, having given the matter some thought. "Change the contents of the exchange?" Shifeng feigned surprise. "What changes do you wish to make?" "I believe Brother Yifeng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Yifeng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you," Sin Heart said. He then took out a tattered, old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. "I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally, I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you. At Sin Hart's tense expression, Shifeng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table: engineering locomotive. Shifeng could not help his surprise. There were three major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering. Under normal circumstances, engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Shifeng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common ranked steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Shifeng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan City's pass. Nevertheless, Sin Hart had miraculously obtained it. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop Immortal Light so quickly in the past? Shifeng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to in terms of monetary value. A single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. How much do you want for it? Shifeng asked as he looked at Sin Hart. 20,000 gold. Sin Hart stated after giving it some thought 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. I believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Shifeng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere, with a single word from King's return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's return. What do you think? To Shifeng, although the engineering design was important, Sin Hart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing? Sin Hart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Hellfiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Hellfiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sin Heart still shook his head as he said, "Brother Yifeng, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop Immortal Light together with that band of brothers of mine." Shifeng had expected Sin Heart to reply in this manner. Hence, he offered another proposal, saying, "If this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into Immortal Light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let Immortal Light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with Immortal Light's development. What do you think?" Sin Heart was momentarily stunned when he heard Shifeng's offer. "Brother Yifeng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention Immortal Light, even buying 50% of a second-rate guild's shares won't be a problem." Sin Heart said he felt both moved and shocked. Right now Immortal Light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about Immortal Light's future, much less want to invest into the guild before this. He had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, Immortal Light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860 Guild Expansion. Even after Shifeng's lengthy persuasion, Sin Heart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. "Is that not enough initial funding?" Shifeng asked. When he noticed Sin Heart's pause, he didn't particularly mind the lost funds, although he was tight on money at the moment. With the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers used produced weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Shifeng's previous life, abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers kingdom. Hence, even though King's Return had oppressed Immortal Light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible. No. It's more than enough. Only, Sin Heart hesitated as he looked at Shifeng. After considering the situation at length, he said, "There is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Yifeng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's Return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why?" If he claimed that Shifeng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. "Do you want to know the truth?" Shifeng laughed. "If you're willing to tell me, yes." Sin Heart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Shifeng's goal was the same as Hellfiend's, even in death, he would refuse Shifeng's offer. "All right. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Starmoon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this Billier personality, and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze rank design. It can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Shifeng's points was true if Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger. Expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Shifeng had spent a lot of time considering the matter. Beyond those three reasons, Shifeng's strongest motivation was due to Sin Heart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sin Heart did not know this. Of course, these benefits are not without a condition. Shifeng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Shifeng's condition, Sin Heart's previously vigilant expression vanished as he quietly released a sigh of relief. All right. No problem. I can assure you that, after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, Brother Yifeng. Sin Heart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Shifeng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sin Heart to his side. He had never imagined that Sin Heart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months, not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Shifeng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sin Heart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit, following which, Shifeng and Sin Heart signed an agreement. Shifeng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sin Heart's eyes when he looked at Shifeng. He had never imagined that Shifeng would keep to his word to such a degree at this point. Even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Shifeng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit at the end of the day. The Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later, it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks, and would undergo some changes. As one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Shifeng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Shifeng and Sin Heart completed their trade, Shifeng hurried back to the Candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him guild leader. I found Helfiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates. Aqua Rose then sent Hellfiend's whereabouts to Shifeng. He sure moves quickly. Shifeng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.